Okay. No, I'm just
It's unusual
you're
for me
ready.
not to be ready, but we were eating, and so it was like, oh, we don't usually do that, but that was delicious. Thank you, Donovan. He treated us tonight. All right. So is it that the bewitching hour, 6 o'clock? All right.
6:32.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and it's approximately 6:32 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present. So without further ado, I've asked Mayor Pro Tem Philip Campos to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was a faux pas. 2025 is around the corner. Wow, I can't believe it. What happened to this year? Okay, but we're so glad everyone could join us this evening. We do have citizens to be heard. That's our next agenda item. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. All right. I don't see any hands go up, so with that, our presentation, 3.1. Let me read. Presentation by State Representative Ray Lopez, District 125, on a brief legislative outlook for the upcoming session. And as you can see, we don't have Representative Lopez here this evening. I ran into him last night at another function, and he said, Mayor, I got cross-booked, and he had to be there, and so his Chief of Staff, there we go. I wasn't sure your title. Donovan Rodriguez, who's been with him a long time, is going to go ahead and give us the presentation.
Yep.
We're so glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council,
You bet.
staff. I'm Donovan Rodriguez. I'm here on Representative Ray Lopez's behalf. Proud to serve as his Chief of Staff, and just want to give y'all kind of an overview of the legislative session and what we're working on and things to happen in the next month. So Representative Ray Lopez is in his fourth term, represents majority of Leon Valley except for the people who are east of Evers, but nearly the entire city, and we're proud to do it. This legislative session, we expect 32 new House members. And, so a lot of educating to do if there's any issues that you're working on. And we're glad to have, Ray's experience and tenure, because that does help us to build consensuses. And he's often the adult in the room a lot of times, helping people understand where we need them to be on an issue. Our legislative session, convenes on January 14th. Every odd-numbered year will be on the floor at 12 noon. And we invite the public to come and join us up there. We'll have limited shuttles, but if you find your way up there, please let us know, and we'd love to host you and make sure that you have all the accommodations, and any meetings you want to hit, we'll help you do that. The first time to file bills was about a week after Election Day, roughly November 10th or so, and on the first day we filed 19 bills, and that's a little bit what I want to talk to you about today. We're calling it the Strong Texas Agenda. And I want to highlight just 4 of those bills. One of them is a statewide pre-K. Ray served time on City Council. He worked on what was called the Brain Trust Initiative with Julian Castro, and that's what led to the creation of Pre-K for SA, which we have found early childhood education at 3- and 4-year-olds really solves a lot of the systemic issues, whether it be poverty or teen pregnancy or incarceration. We found that it all can, I don't say all can be prevented, but a lot can be prevented from early education. And so we've filed House Bill 225, and that will create a grant program. It'll create a pot of money that anybody across the state can pull from, whether it be a municipality, a community college, or an organization of any sort, to create full-day pre-K. And this will be administered through TEA and through the Region Service centers. Next is HB 482, which we're calling TCEQ notification, and I believe that was inspired from some issues here in the city, in the sense of this bill would say that if there's any private businesses that are in violation of TCEQ, so any kind of environmental spillover or anything environmental that would fall into TCEQ, TCEQ will have to notify the legislator for that area, the House, the Senate, and the House, of that violation and of any corrective action and that thing. And that's just better accountability on the private sector, and that way we're all informed of what's going on. House Bill 535 would require that we give 3 feet of passage when passing a cyclist on the road. That currently, there's currently nothing in statute. It's kind of just a courtesy that we all do, I think. Hopefully we all do. And this would just say statewide we need to be able to give 3 feet to cyclists, and that was inspired by an incident here of a young girl riding her bike to Northside School and having a fatal accident.
Okay.
And then the last bill I want to mention is HB 1300, and this one is, today we don't have data of how many veterans have died by suicide. In Texas, in your county, in your city, it's not being published right now. And so this legislation directs State Health and Human Services to give that information to the Texas Veterans Commission and to begin publishing that. The hope is that if we can determine how many deaths there are by county or what have you, we should be able to draw down more resources to prevent this from happening. Lastly, I just want to mention that you can follow the legislature and these bills and any others on what's called Texas Legislature Online. That's capital.texas.gov. Capital has an O in it, not an A. And so you can look up bills, you can see our meeting schedules, you can watch us live. While we commute to Austin, we will keep our Leon Valley office open. We're at 5309 Wurzbach, near Amiga Cafe. And so y'all are welcome to call us or come in anytime if you have any questions on legislation. Just want to give our office number is 210-684-5419. And I think, Bexar County as a whole, we're off to a great start this session. As a whole, we have a lot of tenure, we have a lot of experience, we have a plan. Members are working well together. Regardless of party, we kind of come together as a region and decide, hey, we need this for our Alamo colleges or for our what have you. And so look forward to, if y'all are ever up there, if anybody's ever up there, please give us a call and let us help you out.
Thank you very much. Would you repeat that? How do we get on with the Texas legislature?
Sure.
Would you just repeat that?
Yeah, you can
link?
Search any bill or follow the legislature at Texas Legislature Online. That is www.capital.texas, spelled out, .gov.
Okay, that's what I had. Okay, but I just want to be sure, .gov. Okay. And thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Has Representative Lopez, have they made any committee appointments yet, or is that after the speaker is been appointed?
Yeah, but thanks for mentioning that. Just to note, on the first day, the 2 things that we vote on are going to be the rules and the speaker. We do not, our speaker has said he's not going to seek re-election. This is a big thing for us.
Speaker Phelan.
Yeah, Speaker Phelan is not seeking re-election. There's 2 candidates that have kind of come out on the Republican side, and we're just kind of waiting to see right now. Committees will be assigned probably mid-February, early February.
Okay.
Rep. Lopez currently serves as the Vice Chairman of Defense and Veterans Affairs, and that's something that we're going to ask to keep.
Okay. All right. Right. I think one of the, well, we won't get into that, but I thought one candidate was more open to bipartisanship and
Right.
having Democrats serve in leadership roles, but the other candidate said, no, it's just strictly.
Generally
just
speaking, I'd say
Republicans.
there's 2 candidates, a David Cook and a Justin Burrows. Justin Burrows tends to say that he wants to keep the traditions of the House, and David Cook says we want to reform what's going on. And so that's kind of the 2 factions.
Very good. All right. And just one last thing. I know we have a bill that, Dr. Caldera, did we send that to Representative Lopez's? I know we sent it to Menendez because we met with him in the summer, and it's the street maintenance bill.
Okay.
To expand it to include
New construction.
New construction. Right now, it's just maintenance, right?
Love to work on that.
With the, and so, yeah, so we need a House and a
Yeah.
Senate to come together, so we'll get that information to you.
Okay.
We appreciate that. All right, is there any other questions? Yes, Counselor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor.
You are welcome.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Lopez, or Representative Lopez just turned 75. Wishes a happy birthday for us. Also, he had mentioned that he's still with the Veterans Affairs Commission.
Correct.
Is he still committee there?
He is vice chair of that
Okay.
committee, yeah.
I had talked to Ray about this before, and I'd like to address the committee. And there's a lot of veterans that are trying to put in for disability that are going through a lot of obstacles and through the Texas Veterans Commission. The Texas Veterans Commission is paid by the state. Yet, the veterans that go over there for help, I believe, and this is just me, and my thoughts, that I don't believe that they're getting the help as veterans that they need through the Texas Veterans Commission. And I believe since the state is paying them to help veterans, maybe I can address some of the issues that I'm having to go through, hurdles that I'm having to go through to try to, just to meet with them.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to cite blind Ray, but I'd like to meet with him and discuss this before I address the committee. So
Yes, please. I'm sorry to hear that. We work very close with TVC, and we'll work to get that resolved, for sure.
and again, thank you for the food.
Yeah, yes, we appreciate that very much, too. Counselor Martinez, you're next.
Now, your bill about the veterans' deaths, is that going to exclude just natural old age deaths, or is it mostly for people that have come back from war and homeless and or do suicide and
Suicides.
that?
The goal was to track suicides. I've found that it is kind of hard. Do you say if they overdosed on something, is that a suicide? If they drank too much, is that, so we are trying to refine what's all going to be encompassed in that, but the goal is suicide specific, not just natural deaths or anything.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Campos.
Donovan, again, thank you for appearing today, and please thank Representative Ray Lopez for all his service and all these terms that he's served. So do you think there's going to be anything regarding property tax relief, school taxes? Is any sense on that? I know there's talk about the vouchers, but...
Sure. I haven't heard anything property tax specific, any kind of relief. There's always kind of cleanup language and here and there. As far as the vouchers, I think when we talk about education, I'm sure we will talk about the funding piece of it. And I don't know that anything's going to come. I haven't heard any conversation about property tax relief. I would say that some would say that we did that last session, and I'm sure it didn't go far enough, but I think that we're going to talk about other concerns, I think. But as long as we're talking about funding and education, there's an opportunity for us to discuss it, for sure.
And
I just haven't heard any
the
proposals.
other things, you're hearing different developments that don't have a sewer system, and they're starting to say they're going to have a small plant and then dump into a river. I hope they can give more authority to TCEQ to prevent that, because TCEQ has been very reluctant to go against those type of developments. So anything that could be done would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir.
No, I was going to say last session, if you were over 65, you got a $100,000 exemption on your
Correct.
school district. And I mean, for 2 years, we've paid no school district tax. I'm like, what? I want to pay. I mean, isn't that weird? Because I do want to support the schools.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's property tax relief. My goodness.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did you not see
I-
that? I don't know.
Just-
It's just the way it impacted our.
Just to mention briefly, I hear a lot of course, education and school vouchers,
Uh-huh.
water,
Oh,
and
waters.
nuclear energy are things that have been bubbling up a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Councilor Martinez had another
Now,
question.
am I correct that they're going to be meeting tomorrow night, town hall meeting?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Representative Ray Lopez is going to host a town hall tomorrow. It's not, it's intentionally not a dance. It's a town hall to talk about legislation. It's going to be tomorrow at 5:30 at Crossroads Church, Crossroads Baptist Church, Gilboa and Tezel, not too far from here. And we will be talking about legislation, go into a deeper dive of some of these bills, and we will have activities for children so we can keep them entertained so the parents can pay attention. And we hope you join.
And
Thank you
that's
for bringing
5:30
that
to
up.
7:30 at the
Yes.
church, at the
Yes.
Baptist church. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you so much, Donovan.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you, and our best to Representative Lopez as well. All righty, take care. All right, moving then to announcements by the mayor and council members. This was kind of a week. I went to 2 functions yesterday on retirements for Bexar County. I don't know why I'm just not thinking tonight. I think I've been running around too much, right? Anyway, Sid Martinez from the MPO is retiring after 21 years, and which is like everybody's shocked about it, but you know he's got reasons, and so we're going into the search. But then the second one that is retiring is Jeff Arndt, the CEO of VIA, and so Dr. Caldera and I went to his going away celebration last night and saw Representative Lopez there. But John Gary, who came to our council meeting last year when we were looking at the VIA and figuring it out, what's the, how much do we get versus how much we pay, he was appointed the new CEO in place of Jeff Arndt. So I think at least we have a relationship. So I think that'll be good. And then, of course, we have our Mayor Pro Tem is going to retire next week, too. So all these retirements. So congratulations and all the best. Blue Santa. I just want to do a shout out to the staff and the police and the fire department. They have been working their tails off getting these gifts and everything ready for distribution. And instead of doing the bowling alley this year, we're doing Saturday from 10 to 2, I believe. I'm working 10 to 12, but it's where people have been notified and they come by and they pick up their gifts. Is that correct? It's a kind of like drive-by. So anyway, it'll be interesting. It'll be
We're
something
going to try
different.
something a little bit different. We had way more families this year than we've ever had.
Really?
And so it just made sense to kind of do it that way. But we had 150 kids.
Wow.
So we normally,
At the library. Uh-huh.
so,
Right.
Is
that
where
right,
they
the
doing it?
library?
They're doing it here at the back of the bays. So no, it's
Oh,
going to
this
be,
is switched. Okay.
yeah, so it's going to go down Alverde Road,
Okay.
up through that way. Blue Santa will be here.
Okay.
And then they'll come out.
Oh,
So
I'm
like
so
the colder
glad.
side.
Okay, because I was going to be over there.
I was like,
So
no.
that's good.
We discussed doing it. We did it we did it during COVID at the library.
Okay. Yeah,
And so
that's
we're
right.
not trying to take up the library's got events and stuff going on too, so we're trying not to
Right.
rain on their parade either. So they're gonna come over here and pick up. But we normally average about 60, 65. I think our largest number was like 72, I think, and so we have 150, so
Oh,
a
that's
lot of
wonderful.
participants. And they're all Leon Valley kids.
That's great.
All kids
That's
from
great.
Leon
So
Valley
if anybody
community.
wants to come out
They're
and
not
help.
San Antonio. So before, we used to take all applications, and so essentially what we did was we teamed up with San Antonio, and San Antonio took the applications for the kids in San Antonio, we redirected them to the San Antonio Blue Santa. So all of our kids are just Leon Valley kids.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, thank you, because I know y'all have been working very, very hard on all of that. Just want to remind you that our January 7th City Council meeting is canceled due to the holidays, but our next meeting will be the 22nd at 6:30. And also, I need a volunteer or two for the Park Commission. I've tried and tried and tried. I did get Mr. Hoyt. He did get his application in today, but he's only here 6 months out of the year. And so he can work for 6 months, but the other 6 months he can listen in, but he can't vote and can't go toward the. But I've tried, so I'm going to just shout out to anybody that's out there if you'd like to volunteer for the Park Commission, and they're doing a lot of good work on the park survey and what the citizens would like to see in our parks. And all right, that's it. And on behalf of myself, and I know all my colleagues who are going to be saying Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, please be safe, and we'll see you next year after this council meeting. So thank you all very much for being here. Anyone else? Yes. Councilor Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ray
First of all,
Velasco.
let me congratulate our colleague for retiring
I
this month.
know.
You know, congratulations, and we wish you well. What I know of you, you're not going to slow down at all. So,
He's going to
and,
keep on working.
The police advisory had requested that we take a tour through the police department and the new impound. It is fantastic. They did a great job. They have a tour. We had a tour this afternoon, and we had another one tomorrow. And we went to the impound, and Dr. Cardera told me that a lot of that work was done by our public works department.
Oh, they're fantastic.
What an amazing job they did. And you can let them know that. Thank you. Y'all did a fantastic job. And and that's really all I have. Merry Christmas to everybody, Hanukkah, and everything.
And then
So,
tomorrow at 9 o'clock is another tour
yes, ma'am.
of the impound lot.
They did a
That's
great
where I'm
job,
going.
and
Yeah, I wanna see it.
you'd be impressed
Yeah.
with it.
Okay,
And that was our own workers that did that work, so.
that's great. Well, thank you for sharing that. Do appreciate it. Yes, Councilor Campos.
So again, thank you for the congratulations. Last month, I wasn't able to vote on an item that dealt with the San Antonio water system. I'm retiring effective the end of the month, so I'll be able to now engage more in any of those issues regarding SAWS. So I look forward to that, and you're right, Mayor, you had been betting me whether or not I was going to get an office. I've been looking for office space.
You're
and
going to
so-
get one.
But we'll see. I do want to wish everyone here in the audience, as well as everyone listening online, and for safe holidays with your family and friends. We'll look to see each other in the new year. I do want to give 3 other items of an update. We have the dog kennel that we were talking about. That's going to be delivered the first week of February.
February 6th.
Okay, and so we've been waiting for those for some time. They were backlogged. I want to remind everybody that we're having a blood drive here on the 23rd between 9 and 2 p.m. And where will that be at?
It will be in front of City Hall, so it'll either be in the parking lot across the street or in the street. You'll see the big bus. We're just, logistically, we'll figure that out when they get here.
And, when I get here, the first thing I go to is the large conference room. And if you haven't been back there to see all those gifts, it's very impressive.
And if
So-
you haven't toured the police department, you'll see them more gifts back there too. This is just the overflow area.
So you can't say congratulations enough for the Blue Santa related to
I know. They've done a
our
fabulous
Leon
job.
Valley Police Department and serving our community. So
Fire
thank you
department.
very much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yes, so a lot of things are already said, but I just wanted to say as well, the Blue Santa program is amazing, that everybody's contributed to that, and that the police department puts that together. But also the fire department started yesterday to do the Santa run, and I've had multiple people reach out to me. I had to reach out to Dr. Caldera and say, hey, somebody said their neighborhood's not on the list, and they're like, check again, look at the right. So make sure you check what day your neighborhood's getting. So the second time it happened to me, I was like, yeah, you're not on that day, you're on this day. Oh, okay, because people are up in arms that they're getting bypassed. But yeah, this week, started yesterday through Friday, the fire department will go around with Santa. So, and I want to wish everybody a safe and happy holidays. And if you're watching January 1st, Arizona State will probably be playing UT in Georgia. So look for me.
Okay, you're going to
Probably.
be at the game, huh? All right.
Probably. They have to beat Clemson first. That's
We have to be, that's on Saturday at 2 p.m. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Martinez, you're next.
Just want to say a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. And fire truck and the police car came by Ruth Sophie tonight. So right before we left the house, we saw them, and Santa stopped and waved and said hello to us. And Merry Christmas.
Good. Great. Wonderful. All right. Is that it? All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Then we're going to go to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My city manager's report is online and outside. I, again, just want to reiterate that the blood drive is on the 23rd from 9 to 2, and they're really in need of blood donations. This is the heaviest usage time of year for them, and so they're asking for people to please go out and donate. I would like to congratulate Sandra Pasale, our city secretary. She received the Linebarger Scholarship for training. And so that allows her to use those funds for any training class she would like to attend. And so that frees up money for her to attend additional training. So we want to congratulate her. We also want to congratulate Lisa Hernandez. She graduated with her associates this past week. And so we are super excited for her. So I want to congratulate our Human Resources Director. I also do want to give a special thank you to all the staff that's been helping out with all the holiday events. What y'all don't see behind the scenes is you have people like Rudy Martinez that come on his days off to make sure the lights are still on, off the books. They volunteer to make sure that those events stay going. You have people like Roca and Crystal coming in on a Saturday for softball games. You have your city secretary, Sandra Pasale, separating gifts on a Saturday. All of that is done voluntarily. Like, they're not getting paid for any of that. They're coming in. Casey and Heather are shopping for these gifts, a lot of times on their own time. And so I just want to give a special thank you, because in order to make Leon Valley, in the spirit of the holidays, the majority of the staff is doing that voluntarily on their own time and coming to make that happen. And so I just wanted to give them a big shout out, because we wouldn't look this beautiful through the holiday season without their help. So I do want to make note of that. And then the Santa Run, we have been getting, good and bad reviews, mixed reviews on the Santa Run. But the chief is the one volunteering to be in the Santa suit. Because we don't have additional staff. We're short-staffed in the fire department. You have your assistant chief driving the truck, because again, they're exempt staff, so you're not paying overtime. So again, it's just reiterating all the things the staff is doing on their own time to kind of make these events happen. And then the fire truck has 900 lights on it. Just fun fact. So just happy holidays to everybody, and wishing everybody a Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you.
It's like a fire hazard.
Appreciate it. All right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Caldera. Appreciate the report. All right, we're moving to the consent agenda, 6.1 to 6.7. Is there any one of my colleagues that wants to pull any of those for discussion? And if not, may I have a motion?
I so move that we accept the consent agenda 6.1 through 6.7.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.7 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Then moving to the regular agenda, agenda item 7.1. This is a first read, and so we will not vote on it tonight. We will vote on it on the 22nd of January 2025. Let me read the agenda item. Presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Fee Schedule, Article A8.000, Building and Construction Related Fees, Section A8.005, Bulk Water Permit, to amend fees associated with bulk water permit deposits, and to add the Edwards Aquifer Authority fee. And as I said, this is the first read, no vote. But we have Dave Demeline, our Assistant Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Thank you. And welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Council. Good
All
evening.
righty, you bet.
So this item is thank you. So this item is to approve amending Appendix A fee schedule for the bulk water permit to increase bulk water meter fees. And so our bulk water meters are used by construction contractors for site work and building construction. The bulk meters, they obtain them and connect them to our fire hydrants on site. And so we do provide the water at a lower price at a bulk rate. There's no monthly availability charge. And recently we've had, in the past year, we've issued 9 of these. So we've had an increase, as you all know, with the development that we've had occurring in Leon Valley. And so it's really a fire hydrant meter, but the cost of those, they used to be approximately $1,000, and that's increased to about $2,500 per meter. So if a contractor fails to return the meter or it gets stolen, they forfeit the deposit. And increasing the fees would ensure that we have enough money to cover the cost of these meters. And we're also proposing that we add a Edwards Aquifer Authority fee. This is a pass-through fee, and it must be paid regardless. So we're recommending that we add this as well to the fee structure. Under fiscal impact, as you can see, the deposit is $1,000 currently, and we charge $370 per 1,000 gallons. The proposed revision would be for the deposit to be $2,500, and then the addition of that EAA fee, it's 62 cents per 1,000 gallons. With that, we recommend approval of this, and I'm available to answer any questions.
So, yes, thank you, David, for this presentation. Do appreciate it. Have we been losing money on this, so we'd have to pay the difference?
We currently, we haven't, we've had, the contractors have basically turned in all of their meters, so we have not lost one.
Okay.
Recently, we did have a contractor, they thought they lost it or it was stolen, but then they found it. A lot of times a subcontractor may move it to another job site and not knowing that it belongs at that site. So we kind of looked at it further, like on the replacement costs, and saw that it's increased to $2,500. So that's why we wanted to bring this forward. It's our recommendation that we would increase that.
Sure, sure. And so the developer just uses this bulk water meter for just a short period of time while it's developing, and then they turn it back into who? The city?
Yes.
Is
so
that what they do?
we'll
Okay.
take a reading before the contractor picks it up.
Okay.
And then we'll take a reading after the project and bill them for the water that's used at $3.70 per 1,000 gallons. So it's we track it also based on it helps us kind of gauge. It doesn't count against water loss, so to speak.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
So we count that as well.
Okay. All right. Very good. This is all new to me. I didn't know about the bulk meter. Yes, Mr. Martinez, and then Mr. Campos.
Is the $3.70 a fair price, or should we jack that up a little bit? Does that meet our needs, or should we make $4.50 or $5?
Right now, we feel that price is pretty good. Looking at SAWS, they do things a little differently. So they meet with the contractor before the project, and they tell them what they think they're going to use in terms of, say if they're going to use 1 million gallons, they're charged about $2.50 per 1,000 gallons. But if they go over that, it jumps up to like $5. So we feel that the $3.70 per 1,000 is a good fee.
You don't think we should raise it even a little bit?
I think right now we feel like it's a fair charge.
Okay, thank you.
Also, by charging the additional EAA fee, that's going to increase it. Fairly. It's going to increase it a little bit by 62 cents per 1,000 gallons.
But the EEA fee is a pass-through, isn't it?
It is. It's a pass-through. Yes.
At least we're not losing money on the EEA fee now.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councilor Campos.
How are you, Mr. Demeline? I know you as David, but Mr. Demeline.
Yeah.
I have seen this at SAWS, okay, and I didn't know what the rates were, so I searched it online before the meeting, and it seems like their rate is much higher than our rate. And I think they have two rates that go with it. The water sales, which here we are at $3.70, 1,000. And if you kind of equate it, this is our Edwards water, correct?
Yes.
So if an acre foot of water is 326,000 in round numbers, gallon of acre foot, okay, and we just bought some water for a large amount. I don't think this even comes close to recovering our costs of water. And in SAWS, the way they break it out, from what it appears from this sheet, and if you could go back and just check this out, but they have a water sales fee of $3.087, which is lower than ours. But they also have a water supply fee per 1,000 gallons of $3.54.1. So, and then they have a daily meter availability charge of $6. And so, what I'm concerned is that while we have a contractor here that gets a meter from us, unless we're diligent and saying you can only use it here on our projects, they're going to come and fill their trucks up for the city of San Antonio's projects that are nearby because it's a pretty good savings.
Okay.
So if you
I
could
see.
look into that to make sure, because again, that's not my part of the business of SAWS, but if you'd look into it, I sure would appreciate it.
Sure, I'll definitely do that, and we can, bring that back or look at, if we want to, look at our rates and do something similar to SAWS, we can also bring that back.
And it's, I want to make sure that I'm conveying that I am for the businesses to come, the developers to come, but I don't want it to be at the expense of our citizens. You know what I'm saying? Our regular ratepayers of our water district. That's what I'm trying to convey. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something to
No,
say?
I just wanted to say that we'll do our research, and for the second read, we'll make sure we
Okay.
answer those
Very
questions.
good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah,
Councilor
so
Bradshaw.
I appreciate
Yeah, I do too.
Councilor Campos looking into SAWS rates to compare, because that's what came to my mind as a comparison. But I would just say when we do a comparison, we should include the pass-through fee, the 72 cents or whatever it is, 62 cents. So if you add that, then that's the cost that we would be charging. Make sure that the cost that SAWS is charging is equivalent if they're charging a pass-through as well, right? Or how
Yeah,
they're
so
doing
the
it, 'cause
real
it needs to
purpose
be
of this-
apples to apples.
Right, and the real purpose of this item is because we determined, because that contractor, we thought lost the meter, and we found out like we weren't going to recoup our costs for the meter.
Right.
And that's what started the research for this item. And so when we took a look at it, our main focus was the deposit and then the
SAWS needs to
EAA.
cover the meter for sure.
Right, and then the EAA fee, we realized that we were paying that out of the fee that
Yeah,
we
then
currently
that's
had.
coming up, right now, coming off of the rate. but
Correct.
If we add it. to it.
Right. And so, but I'll make sure we do a comparison for y'all, and we'll bring that back.
Did
to you
I
the next
understand that SAWS has a water supply fee and we don't have a water supply fee? So
I-
that's something
we-
that's,
Well, let me take a look
Okay.
at that, because we do have a separate water supply fee in a different part of our code, so I just want to
Oh,
make
okay.
sure, before I answer questions, because, I
Sure.
don't want to answer wrong.
Okay.
We'll make sure we get those answers for you, at the next meeting.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Okay. Anything else? All right. All right.
I appreciate it.
David, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Appreciate
And
it.
we'll look forward to the additional information at the next meeting in
bring that
January.
back.
All
Thanks.
righty. Take care. Have a wonderful Christmas. Be safe. Okay. All right. Moving to agenda item 7.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a request for a variance to Chapter 13, Tree Preservation, Article 13.02, Tree Preservation Ordinance, Division 3, Requirements and Restrictions, Section 13.02.074, Preservation Requirements, Section 13.02.075, Removal, Replacement, or Relocation of Small, Medium, and Large Trees, Section 13.02.076, Replacement Trees Required, Penalties, subsection A and subsection B, to allow the removal of 1 medium and 3 large trees, and to pay a reduced fee in lieu of from $4,400 to $1,500 in tree mitigation fees located at 7408 Linkwood, Lot 2, Block F, CB 4446A, Linkwood Addition Subdivision, on approximately 0.17 acres of land. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Susana Huerta, here this evening to present. And welcome. We're so glad to see you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Yes, the applicant is Leticia Chapa, who is here with us today.
Yes.
The property is located as you mentioned, at 7408 Linkwood Street. The owner of the property would like to build a home on the lot, which is currently vacant. The site plan indicates the removal of one medium, three large trees, and she's proposing the tree mitigation fee in lieu, which would be $4,400, to reduce it to $1,500. Council has the option to grant the variance, deny, or choose a different option. It's at the council's discretion. They do have a mitigation plan, which is to plant 9 3-inch trees that include 6 crepe myrtles, 1 Mexican laurel, and 2 mountain laurels. The fees would amount to $4,400. That would be due to the city, and they are requesting a reduction of $2,900, which would result in $1,500. This is their mitigation summary. They also have a tree survey of showing the existing trees on the lot. And this is the mitigation plan of the trees they're going to plant, and it shows the proposed home on the lot. The code mandates that for each medium tree removed, 1 tree of 6 inches or more in diameter be planted for each large tree, and 1 tree of 8 inches or more of diameter to be planted. And this just goes over the codes and what you can consider when considering this variance. And as stated, the applicant would like to pay $1,500 into the tree mitigation fund. And this fund is restricted to supporting additional tree planting at approved sites throughout the city. And this would facilitate the development of a residential home in a lot that is currently vacant, which will increase the city's property tax base.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Huerta. Let me open it up for the council's discussion, and I have Councilman Campos that would like to be in the discussion. Thank you.
Well, to my colleagues, I want you to know that the applicant, Leticia Chapa, is a good friend of mine that we go back over 50 years. We maybe even junior high. I'm not real sure.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm anxious for you to become a resident here, and I just want to tell you that I support this reduction in fee.
Okay. Yes, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Orozco.
Ms. Chapa, how you doing? I went by your property this weekend, and you have a lot of sick trees there that you need to cut down. Yeah, and it's not going to be easy, and it's going to cost you some money. And thank you for wanting to build in Leon Valley. We're looking for you to be having your own house there. So also in favor of it as well.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor.
Here, I'll chime
Gresham.
in as well. And I'm trying to picture exactly which lot this is on Linkwood, because I didn't go by before, but I know I've been through that neighborhood, and it is kind of a unique neighborhood because you'll have houses, and then just an empty space and no sidewalk, and then go again, and then there's another one. There's a couple lots in there, I believe. But yeah, I mean, we've done variances before for businesses and for developers, and I don't see this as any difference, especially, well, it is a little bit different because it's an individual building to be a community member. So I think it's even more of a reason for us to support this. So I support it as well.
Yes, Ms. Heil, and then Mr. Martinez.
I'm not disagreeing. I think, too, the trees will have to be removed. If you're going to build there, you can't build with trees in the middle of your house. But I think as a council, we have to look at the variance and why we're always doing
Giving
this.
it, yeah.
And maybe we need to change it so we don't have to go through this all the time, so that people aren't coming and asking for this and taking up time.
Okay. That's a good point. Mr. Martinez.
Okay. I just did a little research into the laws. A city can have the tree mitigation fund, but then the property owner can ask for a credit towards, let's say, whatever the fund is, whatever the amount is. If they come up with their plan to put so many trees on there, for each tree, it deducts from that amount. And then, so, you know, I would like to see us work some kind of a deal where we give credit for them planting more trees and that, huh? Okay, but,
It's on the slide. Like, that's how, like, we try to make, there it is, mitigation.
Yeah,
Can you
in lieu.
explain that to him just a little bit?
Yes, they are showing, she actually, we didn't deduct the trees that are dead or dying. And so then the only thing that she needed to mitigate towards was the oak trees, which actually there is a letter in your packet from the arborist that says it would be very difficult to keep them alive, and it would be very costly to do that. However, it was taking into account those 4 trees, and she got credit for the 27 inches that she is planting, and that got deducted, and that's how it came up with the remaining caliper inches were 44 inches. It would be $4,400, and she's offering to pay $1,500, so which is a reduction of $2,900.
Okay, well, I live in Forest Oaks, and if y'all see the houses up in Forest Oaks, now that was, 50 years ago, but they built the house around the trees, and they kept the trees. I mean, I've got 17 oaks in my backyard. I mean, I don't know why we can't do something like that. And I understand, Ms. Chapa, you have dead trees and, diseased and whatnot, but I just wish that we, could save more than cutting them down. So I don't know. I think maybe Ms. Heil, we might need to look at it. Yes.
there was another thing, when
Martinez.
researching this law, it mentions that some cities contribute the tree mitigation monies to public tree fund, which can be used to plant and maintain trees on public property. So can
That's
you-
what we do.
So do we pull money, let's say, for public works? If they're going to prune trees, use that money for?
You have your tree mitigation fees, so every year when you adopt your budget, we put in there all the stuff, y'all bought sprinkler systems for the trail out
Okay.
of the tree that's what
Okay,
we,
you
that's all
answered
we.
my question. Thank you.
Okay, very good. If there's no other questions, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we pass this as presented.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the variance as requested in Agenda Item 7.2. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Ms. Chapa. We welcome you to Leon Valley, and thank you. And would you serve on a committee?
Parks
Okay.
Committee.
Yeah.
That's what we should do. In lieu, you've
In
got to
lieu
serve on a
of,
committee.
you have to serve on a committee. There you go. Anyway, so,
There's your
Thank
park
you.
commissioner.
yes, okay, thank you, and welcome. We're glad you're here. All righty, so. Moving then to Agenda Item 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the Town Hall meeting agenda scheduled for January 25th, 2025. Dr. Caldera is here again to present, and she and I were talking, went, oh, we forgot to put the item that
Yes, so whatever changes, I'm sorry, I'm just checking.
that Mr. Bradshaw had requested about the 20%, so I'm going to let you go ahead and take it
Yes,
from here.
yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And so I had remembered over the weekend after we had the conversation about the agenda that Councilman Bradshaw had requested that we discuss the tax exemption item. It would really just be a question of support. So it shouldn't take very long. I'm thinking 5-10 minutes.
I
It's not
was thinking
gonna-
it's just a survey. I don't know if we want to do the clickers or
Yeah,
just show of hands.
well,
whatever.
like on the, we do it on the phone,
Yeah.
The
Oh, that's
Mentimeter.
right.
Mentimeter, sorry.
Yeah.
And so the other question that came out was the City of Leon Valley Housing Development Update. I know that Councilman Orozco had asked for us to add that. Then we were going to add it to like the city manager's report. And then Mrs. Beth Mersch got up and said she would like to see a little bit more information. And so we added it to the agenda. Now there's just concern on the amount of time needed. And so I allotted 30 minutes. So if you take a look at the times, I have 10 minutes for the city manager update. The water and sewer rates and infrastructure, I put it for about roughly 45, a little over an hour and 15 minutes. And then the future infrastructure needs, we put about an hour. And then goals and objectives about 45 minutes. And so I didn't know for the housing, either 15 minutes on the housing update and 15 minutes in questions, or really 10 minutes in the presentation, 10 minutes in questions, and making that 20 minutes. You know, I think we'll need a little bit more time than 5 minutes to give a housing update presentation. So maybe 10 and 10. So it's up to y'all what y'all would like to do.
I think 15, really, just to give a little bit of leeway there, because you do have people that are asking questions, but I don't know. What would you like to say, Mr. Campos?
Mayor, my colleagues, if something had to slip, I mean, would we be behind or suffering anything if we didn't do the objectives?
That's completely up to y'all. So I don't know, when I first took over as city manager, the first town hall meeting, the council recommended that we put estimated start times for items because they felt like citizens aren't interested in every topic at the town hall meeting, and so they may not want to get there at 8:30 in the morning. They just may be interested in the housing update, and so they want to show up closer to noon. That would give them the ability to do that.
Let's see.
I know the goals and objectives, we pushed that back after we did the vision conversation, and I know there's a couple of residents that are super passionate about it and kind of have been waiting on it. We can put it at the end. I mean, the only reason I put it after future needs is I felt like after we talked about those two main needs that it may parlay into the conversation of what the residents see as their future objectives. I can shorten the presentation in the sense that I can just make it Q&A based on what the department heads have submitted. I was just trying to keep it open-ended to the audience. Again, I have like 2 or 3 residents that are really passionate about our goals and objectives. And so we did have the department heads submit what we thought were our goals and objectives, and we were waiting for feedback from the council. I sent that to y'all over the summertime sometime, and then I think 1 or 2 of y'all responded to me, and then we were going to talk.
Would you resend that
Sure,
to
and,
us?
and then we were going to talk
at
about
that?
it at the retreat, and then we ended up postponing it to the town hall meeting after those conversations. So, again, it's just one of those things. However, whatever y'all would like to do, if you want to shorten the meeting or.
Okay, all right. Mr. Orozco's got a
Thank you, Mayor.
comment.
On the one that I requested, I don't believe it has to
I
go
don't
30
think
minutes.
30 minutes,
It
no.
can be very basic. For instance, you know, how many permits have you put out? How many houses have been built? How's triology doing?
So 10 and 10? So 10 minutes?
Just
10
something really
minute-
simple. Like they got about, 4 houses sold already in Senna. How many permits have you gotten? How many foundations? Just
So it's
how
not
things
just
are
Senna.
going.
You've got 3 housing developments. It would be Senna 1, Senna 2, Trilogy, and your Seneca West project, and where we're outstanding. So my staff can make their presentations as long as they want. My concern were the questions coming from the
I
audience.
think you'd have a lot of questions from
And
citizens
so,
about it.
and that's the only reason I allowed it 30 times, because the staff is going to take probably 10 minutes giving the presentation on the 3. It's really how much interest you have from the audience. And we experienced that last year on this particular item, or something very similar to this particular item, where the presentation stayed on the time limit, but the questions ran over about 30 minutes. So again, it's y'all's
It's a
town
little
hall meeting.
different because that was
But it was a heat
pre-development.
subject at the
Yeah.
time because our property was for sale.
Yeah.
So that was,
Right.
you know, a big concern.
Yes.
And that would took a long time.
Oh, and that's why I was thinking
Hopefully this
15 and
won't.
15. Yeah, I was hoping 15. I still think you're going to get questions from the residents, and so that's, we could do 10 and 10, and I can just cut, the mayor's the one really cutting people off, because I'm like, Mayor, we're out of time. So 10 and 10, so we can do 20 minutes there if you would prefer. Okay, let's do 20 minutes for that one.
Okay, and yeah, I think we've got to keep the goals and objectives. We need to get that project done. It's been pending now for over a year.
Okay.
Personally, so let's tackle it. And on number H, I just wanted to let y'all know I had written about our discussion of this agenda item at the last meeting on my weekly letter that I do after the council meeting. So I got an email from a gentleman in the city, and he said, Mayor, does this require an election by the residents in order to change this? And I said, yes, it does. And I said, that's what we're going to be talking about at the town hall meeting. And then he emails me back and he says, it's dead on arrival. So I just want to let y'all know that. He says, I mean, it's kind of like you've got this exemption. Now, people are going to take it away and want to pay more property tax when you were just talking about property tax relief. So I don't know, but at least we can survey. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
So Carol's going to
Council
give a
Bradshaw.
brief presentation. I think I told her 5 to 10 minutes, just like what the exemptions are, amount. I say lost, but it's not really lost. It's just not allocated to us. And so she'll give a brief couple of slide presentations. If you were calling for the election, when you would have to do that. So she's doing the research for that item right now. And so she'll give 3 to 5 slides on that. Just so everybody understands what those exemptions are. And then we will set up for
Yeah,
that.
I
So
just
it's
want
not,
to see if there's any appetite for
yeah,
it.
'cause
It keeps
they're-
on being brought up about, oh, it was a mistake to
Sure.
add this, so, if it was such a mistake, if the most community members agree with that, then it would have to be an election.
yeah, and you're too late in the game right now anyway. I mean, I think you have to call for the election by February 1st, but if you're looking at even doing it for next year, it's not going to be a cheap election. Special elections are expensive, and so if you already know an item doesn't have potential of success, if that's what you're going for, unless there's some political motivation and you just want to see what the vote looks like, it's a costly election to have if you already know. So it's good that you're bringing it to the town hall meeting for a brief discussion. And that's the last item on the agenda. And so, it'll end when it
So it's
ends.
February 1st that we have to call the election?
For a special, I think. Yeah, I have to look. I have to
The
go
May
and look through it. I'm
election?
just remembering off the top. Yes, ma'am.
Because we have to do it May or November. We
Correct.
can't do anything else.
Yeah, May and November are the only ones. And so if you were trying to get it on this ballot, you'd be out of time.
Yeah.
Anyway, you would have to wait and either do a special or the following general election.
Okay. And then another thing you and I have talked about is survey questions for these topics.
Yeah, so if y'all
So,
have any
'cause
survey
I
questions.
think we need to give some input on
Yeah,
that.
so I
Yeah.
don't start working on, I'm sorry, we've got a lot of things. I don't start working on these presentations until after we get back from the holidays. We have the items and the topics. The staff's currently, I think Melinda's probably ahead of the game because she's been working on the water stuff. So I've seen a draft version of hers. But if you have questions specifically that you want to gauge the public for, please just send those to me and we'll work them in the presentation. And the reason I'm not sending them out, it could be considered like a rolling council meeting, a rolling quorum, to send the presentations out and y'all start chiming in on questions and all of that stuff. And so if you have questions on any of these topics, feel free to send whatever it is. If it's a repeat question, we'll make sure we don't repeat it. But whatever questions you want to get a gauge from the audience from, we're more than happy to answer that. I'm not, keeping any of the survey questions. I would just ask that you make sure that the questions aren't pointed questions. You can ask survey questions to be like, do you want me to cut your property tax in half, or do you want me to cut down all the trees? I mean, there's ways you can answer a question to get the answer that you're looking for. So I would just caution you on how you're writing those questions. But the staff has their own set of questions that we're gauging for the event, especially on the water and sewer side of things. So, but send me whatever you have, and we'll incorporate them for y'all.
Okay, will we be able to see those questions before before the town hall?
Probably I'll send y'all draft. You will. We sit down and we go
Yeah,
over the packet.
I meant my colleagues.
Yeah, if we can. My problem is every time we do that, then people start picking on each other's questions, and then it starts getting not nice, and then I don't have a council meeting between here and there for y'all to sit and have a conversation about whether or not to ask them or not, and so that's my concern.
But by January 22nd, you should have a pretty good idea. That's
Yeah.
4 days before the town hall about what kind of questions we'd be asking, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. I don't ever like to tell y'all something's going to be done and it's not going to be done. The
Sure.
town hall meeting, these topics are very sensitive topics, obviously, and I'm very cautious about when y'all send me the questions. We've done it in the past where y'all have sent me the questions, we incorporated the questions, and I had fellow council members not like the questions and they wanted them changed, and then it becomes a whole discussion. And so if you just send me the questions, we ask the questions, and y'all can argue about who asked the question and why. That's not my concern as a staff person, that's a political concern. And so I will ask whatever questions you want me to ask. you know, if it doesn't make sense or something, I may repeat back to you, like, what are you looking for or something like that, but.
But also, I'd like to see what the staff's questions are too.
Yeah, oh yeah, our
That's-
question.
that's something, too, that,
Our,
you know,
our
you might like to-
questions are very much like 2 or 3 questions. We're asking what the council, y'all's are more political, ours are more like, are you interested in the rates? Are you interested, you know, ours are very specific. We're not into, y'all are very, I've done this many times. Y'all's questions come in very pointed, wanting a certain result in your answers. And so I'll ask whatever questions you want me to ask, but we'll share whatever we have. I'll send you all the presentations and draft questions ahead of time. Absolutely.
Okay. So we're going to finalize this, and we're going to mail it out on a postcard to the residents. So everybody,
The
and
topics
everybody,
will be mailed
yeah.
out, yes.
Okay. And giving them 2-3 weeks notice, right?
Yeah, so we normally mail it out, the postcard, the first week of January. We'll do a robocall to remind everybody. The robocall does capture a small portion of 78240 for whatever, we can't figure out why, but it does. So sometimes we get a few San Antonio residents that show up to the town hall meeting. But we try to do the robocall. We utilize the marquees. We put it in the e-news. We've already made note of it in the Lions Roar.
Right.
So we put it everywhere.
Sounds good. All right. Any other questions or comments on the town hall? All right. They'll be here before we know it. All right. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. I do appreciate it. All right. Agenda item number 8, requests from members of the council to add any future agenda items. I'm going to open that up for any kind of discussion. I have something. I had been waiting for the tree survey on that $7 million erosion control project. And so there's 300 trees that are deemed to be gone, and so I can't read that thing. It's like Greek to me because it's all engineering. So I'd like, I don't know how we can do this, but I'd like, maybe can they tag, and there's so many tags on the trees now. I mean, they're pink and they're orange, and I'd like to know which trees are coming down. And I don't know how.
So I can go over
Ardura
that.
can
What
do
I
that.
sent you, I can go over with you tomorrow when we meet, if you'd like.
Okay, because I don't know. There's some really, really, really old trees back there along the creek bed. I mean, ancient, 500-year-old trees, which I would hate to see that we chop down, to be honest with you. Somehow we got to try to save them. So that's me. I'm a tree hugger. All right. Anybody else?
Maybe not so much for the agenda to be put on the agenda, but as far as the apartment complexes that we were having all these problems with, maybe an update, are they full compliant now? It doesn't have to be in a council meeting. It could be an email from us saying, yeah, permits have been done, so forth, or.
So if you read your city manager's report that I sent out today, you will see that the Finley
Okay.
apartments have received their CFOs. So you're almost 100% compliant with your apartment complex. We've got a couple of outstanding buildings at random locations, but I'll send y'all a most recent update. But I did put in the city manager's report, you'll see all the Finley apartments, buildings, the majority of them got their certificate of occupancy. So
Okay,
you will
thank
be
you.
almost 100% compliant.
Okay. And then, yes, go ahead, Ms. Howell.
I just have a couple comments. I'm thrilled to hear that we're getting the animal shelter. That makes a difference in my life. That's my Christmas present. But now we have to figure out a way to get people to shelter these animals. We have 11,000 people in this city, and that's what a Lotus does. They have their citizens actually take care of these animals for a period of time until they're adopted. And I've reached out to shelters, and I think what I'm going to have to do is volunteer at shelters so that we can get them to take the animals. And if that's what I have to do, if I have to work once a week and clean cages, I will, if they'll take our animals. So,
Well,
and-
if you get that connection, I mean, everybody's overpopulated, and especially as we get into either colder season or hotter seasons, they really become overpopulated because people don't want the dogs out in the freezing temperatures or out in the extreme heats, and so they do tend to get overpopulated. Me and the mayor toured the Bexar County facility, and they are completely overpopulated, and they had kennels on the outside and makeshift kennels and all kinds of stuff. And so ours will hold as many as for. If they can be paired up, we will pair them up. Sometimes if they're traveling in packs, we can pair them up if they're not going to be aggressive towards one another. We still utilize a couple of rescues. I'm not going to name them because people start dropping off their pets, but we do still utilize some rescues. You know, and then animals that are injured unfortunately do get put down. So if they've got any injury, we're not paying to get them fixed and or saved, and so they are being put down. So.
Okay.
Actually, my vet, one of the vets that I go to, there's some organization where vets go out and take care of homeless people's pets. And I'm not sure how it works. I will talk to him and figure that out.
Sure.
And maybe he can help us out. The other thing I wanted to comment on, I've been really impressed with the Public Works people putting up the lights. They worked hours and hours, no matter what the weather was, no matter what, because I walk through there. That's how I get my 10,000 steps. And I think we should do something for them. And I don't know, maybe it's a day off. Everybody likes a day off.
So we do a lot of things to show our appreciation, not only to Public Works, but a lot of the other staff as well. Y'all do budget for an employee appreciation program, and so we do buy a gift out of city funds. Businesses donate for gift cards, but we also purchase some gift cards for some door prizes, and then we pay for a lunch. Now, what I do, and it's been a long-standing tradition here in Leon Valley before my time, normally the day before Thanksgiving and the day before Christmas, we let the staff go half a day, except for the staff that's open to the general public. So the court staff, we have to have somebody there. Planning and zoning, we have to have somebody there. But Public Works normally gets a half day on one of those days. So it equates to a full day. We just let them go the day before those major holidays, half day. So that's just our way of saying thank you during the holiday seasons, usually before Thanksgiving and before the day before the Thanksgiving day and the day before Christmas Eve. When we get out, we let them go half a day, and that's just been a kind of a long-standing
And of course,
tradition.
they have the whole time off.
Well, no,
Public Works, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. They rotate in because you
Okay.
still need your park cleanups, you still need your water tested.
Not all of them?
No, I mean
Okay.
it's a skeleton
Okay.
crew that comes in. Normally, it's your people that maybe don't have PTO or just need extra comp time, or they're going to take vacation, and so they'll volunteer to come in for those days. You know, so we try really hard. There are some laws in regarding just giving free time, and so we try to be mindful of those, but we do show our appreciation. And then I, out of my own pocket, buy I go to the departments and buy food for all the departments. Any of the fun stuff y'all see, the door decorating, the carving, I pay for those door prizes out of my pocket. So anything that raises staff morale that you're not seeing in your city budget, I'm paying for. So those are the things that, you know, we try here to do to help accommodate the staff and show my appreciation. They make me look good, having the chief on the fire truck, having the guys out there. So that's how I show my appreciation to the staff. So
Who won the door decoration?
planning and zoning, and they got wing daddies.
Which number was it?
Huh?
Which number, or which store
Oh,
was
I don't
it?
know the number off the top of my head.
Okay, what was the design?
Candy shop, I think, is what it was called.
That's not the one I.
Yeah, me and Lisa did the snowman.
I know. I voted for the snowman. Okay, all right, that's what I was going to ask, was who won
Oh,
the door
So do you all want, I'm sorry, just for clarification, do you want me to have the engineers come give you a presentation on the trees so y'all can decide whether or not you want to move forward with the project? If you're going to do the project the way it's set, those are the trees that are the ones listed
I
on
want to see
there.
which ones are going down first, so I guess
So, I mean,
I can
so
always
you want
add
to
it
do
to the agenda.
you want to do like a tour? Because I can go over the trees, but to place them in
Oh,
your mind where they're at, like maybe, but it's going to cost you money to do that. So I needs to come to tag those specific trees, just like we did when we did the walkthrough for when we looked at the engineers charge for that. It's not free. So if that's something you want to do, I can put it on a next agenda. I just needed some clarification. I just don't want to.
I would be in favor of that, but I don't know about my
You can add
colleagues.
items on the agenda, Mayor.
And then,
so-
when is our meeting with SAWS for the,
So
Water.
it's probably going to be after the new year. I saw where they chimed in and told them that they were going to work out some dates and send some
Okay.
dates to Byron.
all right, so, anyway, I'd like to.
So if you would
I'd
like them to come give a presentation on the trees, and then you can have the council decide if you want to pay for the engineers to do another walkthrough, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, okay, it's important. All right, anybody else? All righty, well, let's see, it is now 7:40, right? And if there's no, gosh, we've had a very quiet council chambers this evening, and we wish you all very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Hanukkah and Happy Kwanzaa. I want to make sure we get all of the holidays right. Okay, and if there's no objection, we'll move to adjourn at 7:40 on Tuesday, December the 17th. Thank you all very much for being here. Good night.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, everybody here is so, Merry Christmas. Did you get your stuff? I'm still here. It's been down for a couple of days there. Like all the decorations up there going, I'm the only one in this house. What about doing afterwards?
Yeah, oh yeah. That is always like, you know, money to make. Give it whatever it is.
Yeah, I'll take what you got.
What you got.
Betty wants to DQ. Hey, I got something for, you know, when Marcy Becker was mayor in 1990.
They said.
But seriously, I couldn't tell what I could see until the next day when they said it's off. And the fact that you're in there, with hope that it's opening, that they can get in, and we without the change, and it's not. Well, yeah, so that he drops to the 100. Yeah, he did.